playing Koban. How's you guys doing? We're playing Xenonauts. As usual. I don't know what happened. I fell asleep earlier. I will never recover. Okay, launch interceptors. Got that freak storm. Eesh. No, I can't see anybody over there. Definitely should just make sure I'm... Okay, no, they can make it. They can make it. Okay, we'll just send a squadron over there to take a look. I find it genuinely wild how the aliens seem to actively avoid where I have bases. You guys ever noticed that? Alright, there we go. Ooh, that is a dropship right there. The D-42 Shrike dropship. The D-42 Shrike is a VTOL aircraft that combines the functionality of a helicopter with the performance of a conventional aircraft. It is a major upgrade to the CH-48 Charlie, being much faster and able to carry more troops. It is also better equipped for operating on urban spaces. Any mission that involves large helicopters disembarking troops in built-up areas is a recipe for disaster. Indeed, it is a testament to the skill of our pilots, and none of our missions have begun with a bungled landing and deadly fireball. The Shrike is a rugged, boxy creation that is as effective as it is ugly. It uses a pair of tilting TF-19 turbofan engines to cruise through the air at supersonic speeds and then performs a vertical landing on arrival at the target site. These monstrous turbines are themselves driven by two sizable ER-12 aluminum reactors, providing enough power to keep a fully loaded aircraft airborne for days. In fact, the range limitation of the craft is due to pilot fatigue rather than fuel capacity. However, the most important result of these new engines is the greater carrying capacity than the CH-48 Charlie. The Shrike can carry up to 10 soldiers rather than 8 inside its armored troop compartment, which has a large ramps at both the front and rear to allow for safer disembarkation in a hazardous landing zone. One does not need a brain as large as mine to see that bringing a quarter more soldiers into battle will significantly increase our chances of victory. Now I remember, I didn't like the overall build of the Shrike. Okay, I should probably put more in too. Because I think that electroshock grenade will make a difference. So how much is a Shrike dropship? You know, ironically, not that bad. The main issue is the 160 man days, which is a lot. We can make a Foxtrot and a Corsair for that time period, for that amount of cost, for that time. Okay, so this is ready to go. Harden autopsy. You know, I kind of figured these guys would be bugmen. It's the helmets. The helmets made me think they were bugmen. But that's not very nice. They don't look like the average New Yorker. A Harden stands roughly 170 centimeters, 5 feet 7 inches tall. Tragic. Tragic. It's almost sad to see them to see that they're biologically they're just so incapable of getting a GF. Bugman, this guy is driving a taxi cab. You're not wrong. They are mysterious foes, head and chest encased in an armored shell, and the rest of their body covered in a jumpsuit. They are very delicate. They are delicate and slender in stature, with unusually long limbs, armed with long-range weapons and a jetpack integrated in their armor. They almost certainly serve as alien marksmen. The armor of this creature formed as much of the autopsy as the body itself, as we found much to suggest it was not designed to be removed. There is evidence of an advanced rebreather system in the helmet that, coupled with the jumpsuit, would allow the creature to operate in any environment up to a hard vacuum. A blood filtration unit in the chest actually forms part of the Harden circulatory system, pumping the blood around the body whilst filtering out excreta and other waste products. The helmet includes powerful cameras capable of viewing almost the entire electromagnetic spectrum, giving the alien a long sight range and excellent situational awareness. The jump pack integrated into the rear of the armor is effectively a miniaturized version of the same thrusters based on UFOs. The control system is a neural network, i.e. plugged directly into the creature's brain. This almost certainly allows them to operate their thrusters and probably receive sensor information subconsciously. I believe these creatures are actually the alien engineer caste. They are completely unaffected by a vacuum and can maneuver around in space using their thrusters, lending them to work on the exterior of a spaceborne UFO just as easily as the interior. The alien beneath the armor bears some resemblance to the Scythian, possessing the same pallid gray skin, oversized black eyes, and frail bone structure. A common ancestors likely, but they have diverged significantly since. Clearest in the lengthened forearms, drooping ears, and bony spurs on either side of the creature's mouth. However, the large difference is cerebral. The Scythian is an oversized brain with enhanced cognitive development structures, i.e. social hierarchies, memory, recall, complex thought. The Harridan instead of enhanced structures in more basic areas, motor control, spatial awareness, visual analysis. It is an idiot savant specialized into flight control and tool usage. Unfortunately for us, the sniper rifle is ultimately just another type of tool. That sucks. Alright, looks like a terror attack's coming up shortly, though. Yep, alright. Let's do this! Oh, and how's the dropship looking? Not good. Oh! Yeah, we need to build a new Hunter. For what it's worth, the Hunter is kind of bordering on too much investment for too little actual payoff in the end. These guys just better wait though, once the Corsair is ready. Okay, we need a shield, sniper, grenadier. Okay, we need some assault troopers. Typically, in terms of assault troopers, we generally prefer people with a lot of time units so they can run as far as possible before having to, you know, get gunned down by an alien. Now, some of you may be commenting on the fact that I just gave this man C4. I have figured out that is a bug. The soldier is the PTSD and scientist This is the soldier PTSD and the scientist generational wealth. Of course, of course. It's all about PTSD and generational wealth. I mean, look, we got the Starship Trooper helmets. Like, I know this guy did not fight in World War II, but like, I can believe it. This guy's only 35! What the frick, dude? What have you been through, Henry? What have you been through? Also, I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure this dude has done many illicit substances over the years. He's giving me those vibes, you know? Okay, do I actually want to make this guy shit? You know what? I'm actually gonna... Let's see here. Reflexes... Ah, frick. His stuff's kind of more on the back end of things. The strength is functionally non-existent. You know what? Rifleman. Rifleman. Generic? Not... He can only screw up so hard. Rifleman. Actually, over here, I need to get I'm gonna get a scatter laser commissioned. I can't exactly say I'm happy at that possibility being necessary, but I'm gonna get a scatter laser and 2 laser rifles. I don't like it because I gotta spend money, but I also know, you know, you gotta spend money to make money. Even if it sucks. You gotta spend money to make money. Yeah, but this guy's gonna be rifleman. This guy looks like he'd be too good of a sniper. Not again. Actually, you know what? He'll have to earn the armor. He'll have to earn the jackal armor. Unless there's somebody who is better with it. Actually, you know, if we have the spare jackal armor units. And we still need a shield trooper. They're gonna need at least acceptable strength though, cause... So I want to focus on more of a strength mixed with health, cause strength and health kind of matter for this sort of role. And Anarchy, welcome! What's it been? I know it's probably not been great, but you. I heard the song and it goes, pitan, pitan, sura, pitan. I don't know what it means, but it goes hard. Let's see here. Okay, I think this guy will be good enough for shield. So we'll make him shield. And he's got enough strength so that I can give him extra grenades, which is mostly gonna be smoke and stun grenades, cause and flashbangs, cause. Okay, give him one extra aluminum grenade actually, cause that actually will be useful. Yeah, anyways. I find this guy so weird. He looks like somebody who's like a random like somebody who kind of hopped on to like, you know, the like a JonTron clone. Like one of those people who like made like they were really inspired by JonTron. And they just decided to go on ahead and that's like their entire deal, you know? Like they mostly make videos on YouTube. And like you can tell very early on. It's like JonTron, but with extra steps. This guy looks like a war criminal, by the way. You know, the helmet he kind of actually looks like Mr. House in a way. Kind of has that, kind of has that, the eyebrows. No magically self-arming C4 Rex rifleman is safe. I can make no guarantees there, honestly. I know why the magic self-arming C4 exists. I also know there's nothing I can really do to stop it. Now listen, guys. I know that some of you are injured already. And I know that you probably could use a bit more, a bit of time to rest. However, we need to go save a South American city. Ironically, not from the aliens. The gang violence just got really bad down there. One too many people just got stabbed in broad daylight. What can I say? Actually, I'm gonna send Charlie one alongside an actual group of soldiers. Because I don't want to risk it getting shot down on our way over there. Nah, it sucks. There's nothing we can do all the time with these guys. It's like I said earlier also, I don't want to go touching that alien base until... Wait, how much shield is Squadron 2 of? 78%. Do not like those numbers, by the way. Alright, engaging. I really should have actually, deployed people with a bit more care earlier. Oh boy. I can't believe I didn't give this guy the correct ammo, by the way. At least this guy has it. And the good news is that since ammunition isn't interchangeable right now, just, Alright, Grenadier, we need smoke out there. I forgot to give this guy his police brutality wand. I feel so bad now. I feel like I failed him. His magic wand of police brutality. Okay, I just gotta move everybody out of the way, and the thing's getting shot. Okay, since suppressive fire doesn't exist right now. Of course it resisted. Alright, well. It's the live ice raid stream. Look, we just want the aliens to go back to their own planet. That's all. if they just wouldn't attack our cities and they'd, follow our laws, this wouldn't have been a problem. No, integrate into our culture. I gotta shut up before this turns into a problem. Yes, everyone knows my power level. I shouldn't go showing off my power level. Okay, wait, what's the grenade toss? Okay, 28 time units. So you can throw a grenade. Alright, hopefully that smoke should help us. Hopefully. Dude, how is it still alive? I'm afraid to approach! Why is it still alive? Alright, later, Diablo. Oh no! We get the stomping alien bug. This is annoying. uh. Again, if suppressive fire were a thing against these guys, that would have been a pretty solid setup right there. Unfortunately, it isn't, and yeah, it's not looking too good for us. unfortunately, hopefully that grenade will do enough, but it's really hard to make it. It's really hard to say with any certainty on that one. Ah, frick. At least the alien has no movement. At least the alien's not too strong. Ah, frick, the suppressor, guys. Uh-oh. Now we're taking shots. Tari, welcome! How's your day been? How's that shield looking? It's okay, I guess. Just woke up early. I get that. Almost not been too difficult. I know, some days are. Gee, do I wanna go? Ugh. Right, not surprised at the, I'm not surprised the big guy didn't really get too far. You know, we can move Goldberg back somewhere else. For the time being, I need to get... I think I'm gonna try getting people in here so we can... Oh! That's a big drone. I think we're gonna have to do a little bit more as far as, a lot of our usual tactics go. Remember, be the cover. Okay, so... Okay, that wasn't terrible. They do, however, I think we need to be a bit careful there. I like that I never have to squint my eyes then understanding what's going on screen. Look, you gotta remember. The fire was there when we got here, okay? This is like... the nicest South American city can look. Now that's just me being rude. God. Not ideal at all. Not ideal at all. Ah! Frick! I just suppressed my own guys. I can only hope that grenade will make a difference, but it probably won't, and Full Up is probably dead. Which is not exactly what I was hoping for as far as outcomes on. Yep, didn't do anything. This isn't exactly an ideal scenario now. Oh no. I hear the ice cream truck outside. You know somebody's getting kidnapped now. About ice cream trucks. They just terrify me for some reason. Maybe I know something. Maybe it's some trauma from a past life that I just haven't yet gotten over. Again, the fact that these things are immune to suppression is genuinely what makes them kind of scary. Because suppression is a standard tactic, and you can't freaking suppress them. And suppression is really dangerous in this game. Because when you're suppressed, it means that you lose half your time units. at the start of the next turn. At any rate, I could be doing worse. Like, I kind of wish that Harrison, like, I kind of wish this guy was, like, from the Soviet Union, so we could accuse him of, being crocodile addicted. I'm just saying, I get crocodile vibes from this guy. You know, you ever just see somebody and you're just like, I can envision this person shooting up floor cleaner to get high. Man, I can envision it. I'm gonna be honest, like, crocodile is like the absolute poorest of poor people drugs I can even envision. Like it's one of those things where, like, when you know what this stuff is, it makes it so much worse. Think of the fudgesicle, it's worth it. I can't think of fudgesicles without thinking of puddin' pops. And I can't think of puddin' pops without thinking of getting sedated by a celebrity. And honestly, that's something that I think we should all aspire to as far as, like, experiences go. Why is it always a guy named Bill? Have you guys ever noticed that? Bills are always the ones who do stuff like that. We're worried about you sometimes. No, but I mean it though. Have you ever noticed how, like, every time some scandal happens, it's always a guy named Bill? All I'm saying is, you never hear about Leonards doing stuff like that. Wait, okay. So it's cheaper to put something in your belt, but to put it in your hand, it costs 12 time units, whereas putting something on your belt only costs 4. That is very odd. Costs a little more to put something in your backpack, but that makes sense. Because you gotta open it, and then you gotta dig through it, and then you gotta figure out that you're not gonna get it to fit in this specific spot, because it's just too much. It's just too much. Now the best part is, I never even got to experience that stuff. Dude, that was a power move! What the frick? That was a power move! Ah, frick. Martin just panicked. Wait. Who's Martin? Oh, Rifleman. Okay. Not really that much of a loss, honestly. Alright then. Our Finnish sniper will no doubt bring us many victories. Or he'll bring none of them. I kinda miss when our sniper was just a chud. An overly pessimistic chud who refuses to believe that anything could possibly happen until the day came that a C4 charge accidentally killed him. Ironically, though, I don't know if it was the C4 that killed him or if it was something else, honestly. His death was very strange, and I'm wondering what he knew about most American politicians. Must have known something. Something forbidden. Something dangerous. I'm not liking the big Johns! Okay. Can you get a clear shot? No? Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm a little nervous about this approach actually, because I really don't know what the best way forward here is. And Martin is currently not looking too good. Alright, you know, I'm sending Knight over. Wait, what do I got here? What's that? Is it? Ah, it's just another one of the big robots. I need to see the tank. I need visibility on that tank. That thing is making me very nervous. Wait, hold on. Ah, wonderful. I don't really know what the best way forward here is, honestly. Smoke. Perfect. Still can't get a shot off on him. Also means that there's no way anybody can get a shot off on, our guy up here, but I also did admit I'd appreciate if we could. You know, for reasons. Dang it, those freaking buses! You people, why do you like buses so much? I swear! Freaking public transit addicted bug men, I swear! Can't stand it! No, Martin isn't carrying a dead body around. He took some meds off of the dead body, though. Strategy. Oh, anyways. Oh no! Frick! Sniper down! That's freaking annoying. Can I check his stats, like, right now? Accuracy 59. A lot to do. Get up there and get that sniper rifle. I want that. I need that freaking post build. Congratulations, Martin. You got upgraded to backliner. Maybe this time you'll panic a few less times. I still really don't know what the strat is for the tank, by the way. That thing does actually have me genuinely concerned. I don't want to have to use explosives on it, because I just still want to, like, you know, actually use it. But, yeah, this is kind of a bit of a problem, though. Worst part is, it's really hard to get to the tank in general. Because, like, seriously, just getting eyes on that thing is kind of the path of struggle. Feels like this thing can see me from halfway across the map. Right, now keep that, drop that. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Okay, don't let her snipe it. I go dying on us again. So we're gonna do what we can this time around. Fuck. Not ideal. Okay, this is not going our way. This is not going our way. Shotgunners are all down, so, yeah. I'm a little bit afraid to even so much as prime the C4. Because one thing I've always noticed is that when you prime the C4, it causes problems. Lucky shots, lucky shots. Alright. Martin, you are not doing a terrible job. Not doing a great job either, but we take what we can get, you know? It really upsets me just how difficult it is to use heavy weapons, by the way. Oh, God. In case you've noticed, these tanks have me extremely worried. Dude, I actually really hate this thing. I don't know what the best solution here is. It's in like the worst conceivable spot. And our sniper is dead again. I'm at that stage now where I'm starting to question the actual use of the actual point of using a frick. Do we back off? We're kind of just dropping people left and right, and I don't really know what the solution is now. Well, the problem is that, like, we're not able to really give off much volume of fire due to the way that our stuff is laid out. Okay, we gotta just start moving people around. Alright, what's Harrison got? Accuracy. Alright, I'll get them on the sniper then, I guess, and we'll just hope for the best. Harrison's had acceptable luck. Uh-oh. Well, I think Harrison's dead. Alright, Thompson needs to get on that, I don't want to put him on the shotgun. But I also have a feeling it's not really going to do us much good if he doesn't. So... yeah, unfortunately. By some miracle, Gray keeps surviving, by the way. I really don't know how. Like, I'd honestly be, I'm pretty shocked to see how well he keeps surviving everything. He keeps coming out lucky, I guess. I'm pretty sure this may be the turn that kills him, though. Yep, there it is. I want to also note how we couldn't get a single shot in... Wait, what the fuck? Ah, there it is. Ah, wonderful. Do we have... How are you doing on grenades? Are there any grenades out here? Yes, here. Nothing that helps us in this exact moment, unfortunately. For what it's worth, Thompson might actually be capable of doing something. Always gotta remember the worst part about this, about the strategies here. If you can see the enemy can see you. Likewise, if you can shoot them, oops. Well. I don't know. At least these guys don't really use grenades much, but the problem is they don't really need grenades. Do you have any idea how many people have most likely been kidnapped in using that very van? Also, yikes. We have officially gone into overtime. Good. Good or bad, depending on your perspective. Okay, 5 enemies left. And for those who don't know, this is the part of the game where it says, alright, look, here's where all the enemies are. Just finish the freaking map already. Shit! Wow! I didn't know it'd explode like that! God! Might have been a little bit more careful at doing everything then, but whatever. He's just like, oh, I know that. I know a fortified position when I see one. He just got out of there immediately. Oh, nah. I ain't going like that. Dang, that's deep, Regular. Hey, look, man, that's how you know a good van right there. Okay, if your van can't survive a war zone, honestly, I say it's not even worth keeping around. Okay, so one lesson I learned from this. If there are signs that there is a tank present, do not, and I repeat, do not let it get too, remember that this thing is built for suppressive fire. Why even bother if you didn't fight in Fallujah? Actually, another thing that I am surprised about, though, that explosion destroying everything. The corpses are still present, though. Okay. I know about the strategy we should use to take out the tank. Mainly, I'm thinking go around the building. And just get the tank in a bit of a pincer right there. But honestly, a part of me does kind of just think my best bet would just be have Henry grab some C4, blow the darn thing up, and call it a day. And I think the C4 option isn't necessarily a bad one either, because, ugh. I don't want to send Henry solo on that one, though. I don't want to send anyone solo on this one. Current position is a waste anyways. We'll deal with that guy last. I'm also a little bit worried about this guy over here now. Okay, let's just say the thing gets... I don't think this thing can move past these street lights, though. So it's actually genuinely kind of difficult to tell what all we can and can't do against this thing. I guess what I'm getting at here is, I think the tank is stuck. Screw it. Okay, it's not stuck, but it's definitely, Also, God, you gotta just find it absolutely terrifying how those guys will just... They'll just walk through. They'll just walk through stuff they can't pass by. Okay, so far so good. I think this is progress. Hopefully this is progress. Please, God, let this be progress. Ah! Frick! Alright. This is, absolutely catastrophic. Not going very well. This, by the way, is why I do not get attached to my troops, by the way. Now, there's always gonna be those people who are just like, oh, why don't you name your troops after your viewers? That's why! You guys have the freaking survival rate of ants. I can't guarantee he'll come out alive, because he very well might not. Anyway, so clearly I've okay, we're still alive, still in it. Like half his stuff is useless. Stun grenades don't really do anything. Stun gas doesn't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna drop a save. And this is primarily because, for those who don't know, this game features a very interesting bug. And this bug makes it so that when you activate C4, it does stuff. It does stuff. And it's a very annoying stuff. Freaking Soviet survival rates. Basically. So when you activate C4, there's a chance that it could, and there's no guarantees, because, you know, it's a bug. And, you know, bugs being what bugs are. It could activate all C4 on the map. I wish there was an option to set it for 0 seconds, honestly. Yes, very suboptimal in case you're wondering. Actually, to the contrary, suboptimal is an understatement. Actually, you know, I'm gonna just throw C4 over there and just pray it destroys that thing so that the so that the thing can get through. Because I need it closer so we can destroy, so I can actually kill it. Okay, you know what? I think that's as good as this is getting. Okay. Let's just do this. Flick through the gate checks to make sure you're playing before doing that. You know, maybe it does. Maybe it is a vendetta. It really doesn't matter. The point is, it's very frustrating and it does actually impact my ability to play. 'Cause did I just see that guy hop over a radiator and then like do a tactical jump over a radiator through a wall? This game's incredible. What really is there to say, honestly? Wait. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, it takes a minute for that stuff to update. I think I'll wait till the end of the time first. I'm cheating. I'm cheating. Also, I forgot about the fact that this thing actually does work as cover. I'm not gonna go lose. I'm gonna try my best to not end up losing so much gear off of this. God, these things are annoying. Especially because of the fact that I really don't know what the best way to go about dealing with these is, because honestly, it just feels like it's pure luck half the time to kill them. You know, people like this around, I have no clue how you even kidnap people anymore. I mean, they can just go through the radiator. Alright, cool. That did nothing at all. Yeah, like, I have no clue how on earth I actually took this thing out, took one of these out earlier. It's actually kind of surprising, honestly. Yeah, this is unironically kind of a bad situation right now. Wow! Henry was dead to rights, and that thing completely ignored him. Prime attack! Welcome, Mr. Demon. Ah! Ah! Uh, Yes, it is finally destroyed. And it only took a lot of save scumming to do. You know what? I'm doing it for my own serotonin. That really is the thing that matters here after all. Sorry, Anarchy. I just swear that I was sitting on dealing with the work just kind of... Ugh, yeah. No, in all honesty, realistically, I have no right to complain whatsoever. Yeah, no, I can't afford these explosives in here. Too dangerous. Hey, you know what's worse than a xenophobe? A xenophile. I'll trust an alien hater long before I trust an alien lover. I refuse to acknowledge that section of women's book aisle. Please let that be all we needed. Also, Mass Effect fans are annoying and only have one joke in defense for their series. Honestly, Mass Effect had like a couple good games. Hey! Henry's back. I made it! Barely! I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. I know I'm to at least start out with at least one win. And I'm gonna be honest, 7 xenonaut casualties is freaking awful. Also, does it cost money to hire soldiers in this game? I could have sworn that hiring soldiers costs money. So I don't really know what the deal is here. Dude, sucks at everything. Bravest person you ever saw. Not even gonna bother. Like, I'll be honest, I'll take a freaking high strength over high bravery, because I feel like in general, bravery only counts when things have already collapsed horribly. And I'm just gonna go on ahead and hire everyone. Just hire them all. The good news is nobody ever survives the payday, so we honestly never have to pay anyone. Oh, my personal archetype falls flat. It does, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it does. Okay, what's this guy looking at? That's assault. Also, guys, we did it! We got another chud! Let's go! Let's see here, this guy. Not much strength, not much health. Good accuracy, though. How effective you suppose he'll be as a sniper? Could be worse. Could be worse. And decent time units as well, which does benefit us a fair bit. Let's see here. High accuracy, back pocket for as a sniper. Decent strength. Heavy weapons guy. Actually, you know what? For the decent time units, I'm actually gonna go with shield. Because, you know, we need more shield guys, and, honestly, I think this is probably the better option anyways. Another Russian who fought in Ethiopia. Listen! Could be worse. Just don't ask him why there's a lot of Ethiopian kids that look strangely like him. Hey, medium drone rocket. The medium drone is a battlefield drone roughly 2 meters in diameter. It's the closest thing yet we've encountered to an alien attack vehicle possessing heavy armor and a powerful fast-firing main cannon that is significantly more dangerous than alien infantry weapons. The medium drone is best thought of as a miniaturized UFO, we believe. The inch-thick armored shell is fabricated from the same lightweight but durable materials as used in the fighter-class UFOs. Predictably far more effective against infantry weapons than the powerful missiles and cannons. There are also striking similarities in terms of flight control circuitry and weapon array that suggest a common ancestor. Other elements appear to have been drawn from light drones, such as the powerful frontal scanner and the central linear reactor. The naturally built these have also been significantly enlarged. The formidable weapon system is worth mentioning for 2 reasons. Firstly, it generates large amounts of highly charged plasma and is capable of firing multiple shots in quick succession. Each of these is a powerful explosive in its own right, capable of killing or seriously injuring an armored soldier. The second reason is that the array stores excess power from the drone's reactor and subsequently uses it to boost rate of fire. This system works perfectly well until the drone is destroyed, at which point any excess energy would be released in the form of a secondary explosion capable of killing or injuring anything nearby. Fun! Fun! I need to invest stuff into the scimitar. I know, I probably should have auto-resolved, but, no, screw it. This thing is not fast enough to have to worry about it. Ah, wait. Tama! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raider! Welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Okay, now quickly turn around. If it must act as bait, it must act as bait. But I'm not going to worry too much. Oh, frick! Afterburners on Condor 2. We just lost one of our main... Well, that sucks. Production of Corsair Interceptor is finished! Let's go! Oh, that is a nice plane. Okay, one of these condors is getting decommissioned. Because honestly, the condors are... hold on, how much am I spending a month on the condors? Let's see here. Aircrafts. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This thing actually is a very nice aircraft. Yeah, look, almost even. Oh no. He unfortunately didn't make it. Crashed into the ocean above Finland. Actually, it's more like Russia, but whatever. Anyway, so do I decommission one of the condors? Is an honest question. Gotta remember, these guys do cost additional funds every month to keep operational. Oh frick, I just realized something. Wait, what? Oh, Lion welcome to the demon. Gonna play that a 60k gun is expensive in the setting where an IRL it might be a low grade weapon. Look, it's very hard to get more guns. We're trying to get all the boom possible, but like. Dude, what? I got the best possible relations with Central America. Kinda sucks, honestly. The good news, however, is that my relationship with the Soviet Union is about as good as it can be. For what it's worth, beyond like issues regarding funding and what have you, which I'm gonna be honest, I'm genuinely concerned that next month we're basically gonna be broke. Which is kind of a problem, so yeah. Okay, wait, do we have the people necessary? Wait, what? Oh, everybody's out of the... Okay. We currently lack the people necessary to go about doing this. Yeah, so we're gonna have to... We're just gonna airstrike and call it a day. Can't really do much of anything right now, unfortunately, for reasons. Yep. All of my, not ideal. So, looks like we're equipping some people. Best part is, this section isn't really, you know, prepared for this at all, which means we're just gonna have to go with what we can go with. So, let's just get time units. That is an assault trooper if I ever saw one. The important thing here is I think they'll manage. Just think they might not be ideal as all. Change roll. Assault. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The Life Force holding back an alien invasion. The UN is basically going, sorry, can't find the funding in this. Look, it's just that you're not, you're currently lacking in regards to, accuracy, sniper. For what it's worth, a lot of these, actually, you know what? I think I'm actually gonna go with shield here, because we do need shield troopers. High strength, high reflexes, high accuracy. That is a heavy machine gunner. Could only be a heavy machine gunner. Call the missile system Star Rail. The good news is it was only one alien, and in a worst case scenario, there is a silver lining if this base gets destroyed. That silver lining being, we no longer have to pay for the space. Well, some might say that's a bit of a problem. I don't disagree. Okay, wait, so this is insufficient equipment. And just nothing gets equipped. I guess the scout setup is basically just Grenadier. just make a unit that's just exclusively about ammunition. Which, you know, isn't a terrible idea actually now that I think about it. Well, something I don't like about xenonauts is that every nation slash region is just money providers. You don't have any character other than that. There aren't even small things like the two political blocks don't like it when you help the other one. For what it's worth, I actually can kind of agree with that. That actually is a fair criticism right there. Because, like, yeah, you would figure that the Russians wouldn't really like it when you're helping out the Americans and vice versa, but no, they're just pretty okay with it for the most part. If you expect weapons and instead of giving 15 hand grenades and a pistol with no extra max. Look, if it does come down to it, and being captured by the aliens is an inevitability. "15 shots guarantees you probably won't miss point blank. Probably. Yeah, but for what it's worth, it's not exactly an actual, like, assisting thing. One thing that was actually pretty interesting about XCOM Apocalypse was that apparently in that one, when you did anything, it actually did have a unique thing where, like when you damaged, buildings and stuff like that, it actually would have consequences financially, because, your certain groups wouldn't like you afterwards. If you aren't gentle, you know, because they need you to be gentle with their things. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna say lots of basic grenades. Okay, so turn one, I'm gonna have Eric Peterson drop one of his machine gun ammo boxes. Now we'll just go from there. We're not gathering things to be used here. Alright, 2 alien insertion points. Not exactly clear where they're going to be coming in from, but the important thing here is that, 1, these guys are completely isolated. And 2, these guys are also completely isolated. You know what? I say we take the aggressive strat then. Joke's on you, alien scum! Okay, guys, now you're just damaging my clean floors. You're going for the suppressive fire! Next thing you know, just... You're trying to damage the enemy! Next thing you know... Oops. Oh, frick. Right now, we need to back everybody off so we don't end up with somebody getting freaking gunned down. Very unceremoniously. I certainly do hope that these guys don't go thinking that they're too, incredible. If they even so much as attempt to leave that room... It will not end well for them. Let's see, so that's the missile battery, which... Honestly, if the missile battery gets damaged, it's whatever. I do have some concerns regarding the radars, however. The radars do need to be as intact as possible. Back. Called. Right, heal yourself up, get your shotgun back out. Just be ready for the inevitable. Nah, stay standing. Alright. It is with very good reason, by the way, that we're giving these guys a lot of grenades. everything's getting damaged right now, because damage will happen! And again, if I lose the space, it's like, you know, it kind of sucks, yes, but it's like, it's not an absolute failure, however. I had no clue what your endgame there was. Frick. Okay. Alright, this is turning into a bit of a problem. Alright, look, destroy the stuff and it's whatever. Also, frick Tachibana. He's gonna end up not going over too well, I can already tell. The hope is that the aggressive plays end up working out in the end. I'm a little bit nervous about it, though. If Tachibana dies, Tachibana dies. I really can't be bothered to care right now about him. I think it's over, guys. Did the alien just make a really bad move there? Frick! I think it's over. Alright, it's over. Alright, well, just lost one of our bases. Now the question is, do I go back and try to get it back? Because I did kind of screwed that one up pretty bad, honestly. I'm gonna reload that one, because in all honesty, the loss of that base specifically is kind of catastrophic. As much as it is kind of a money pit right now, it's also one of those things where it might develop into something actually valuable at some point. Oh, by the way, I want to note something. I hate grenades. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, little boy with a PH probably, if it was that one, I might have actually said whatever, because that entire region is lost anyways. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Lion Fan, because the issue there is that, like, well, then we lose all of our European coverage, which is a lot of potential money. It's like, and the biggest issue is, while Russia is technically not on the worst terms with us right now, we could definitely be doing better, though. Okay, so... yeah, we're just gonna see how this goes. What the fuck? Seriously? He just suddenly freaks out. There's a freaking rapid fires. Right into his buddy's back. Ah, no. What's your problem? The good news is that the thing blocking him is... other filthy Xeno scum. Okay, you can... okay, off of 39 time units. Ooh, 38 time units. Could I be all fancy? Can we? We can. Why would we not? It's like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of more of a ideal. But again, that's what they're here for. Okay, lost her sight. Dude, what? They have to throw multiple grenades out? Okay, well, the good news is that Kelly at least is able... Alright, I think this room is cleared. You know, I keep forgetting smoke grenades exist. Oh well. Hopefully we should have enough people to keep everyone alive, but it's hard to say, honestly. Anyways, Lexios! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, guys! Welcome! Okay, so the good news is that everything is fairly stable for the moment. I just now realized that that is us asking to get grenaded. Yep. I freaking hate the aliens' plasma grenades, by the way. They are so frustrating to use. Or more specifically, they're just frustrating in general because the enemy just has so much more incentive to use grenades than we do. Okay, this is kind of an issue. Well, why does this happen like every time? Or why is it that somebody on the opposite end of the freaking map just freaked out and just decided, oh god, I gotta get out of here? We're gonna force them to come to us. Oh, gotta remember that, like, it's an automatic. Stun grenades are an automatic suppression. Okay, I guess these guys are gonna be on Overwatch. I gotta remember that the smoke does actually kind of force them to actually have to, like, you know, get in closer. Hey, aliens, did you hear? Nothing ever happens. I kinda forgot how high the radius for stun grenades were. I need to... Dude, the thing is, in close quarters, stun grenades are unironically useful. The problem is I'm kinda used to not using them, I guess. Let's see here. And you gotta remember, automatic instant suppression is a useful tactic. Because, one, it makes it harder for the enemy to do pretty much anything. Harder to throw grenades, harder to deal... Okay, so they're just going out and just trying to damage the equipment. Is that really it? Feels like that, honestly. Oh god. I think he just killed one of them with the... Well, the... Nice, 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 nice. Alright, we've managed to suppress most of the aliens in that room. That was not a good miss. Okay, whatever. This have to work. This just have to work. Alright, he just flashbanged himself. Classic move right there. Hopefully this does work. Chud 3.0, my beloved. I think we've encountered a few chuds, okay? There's never just one chud in the team, okay? No! Chud 3.0 just died! Also, we're out of everything in this room now. Oops. Frig. Not a good trend to run out of everything. We'll manage. My personal experience is that if the enemy has a if there are two enemies, one is in front of the other, generally the best thing you can do for yourself is just attack the guy in front of the other guy, and then you win. Okay, Dora is completely out of everything now. Now life is rarely fair. Even worse, he finally found his golf tee up. You know how it is. You drop a couple of death flags, you know, go out. Ah, man, maybe something might happen, and that something might be good, and then it goes horribly. I will say, one of my favorite things in this game, by the way, that isn't really in the classic XCOM, I really like the suppression mechanics. It really helps make it so that no matter what, an attack rarely feels truly useless. And that kind of is a nice quality just to have around in general. Because I do think very often games don't really do a very good job with making stuff like that actually useful. So yeah, but it's got yes as a Viper mommy in disguise. That's always a real tragedy. You think you're about to get a cute goth GF, and next thing you know, turns out to have been a Xeno all along. And now you're GF-less? And being accused of being an alien lover all at once. I'm pretty sure that Yana is about to die. I'll be surprised if she doesn't, personally. I said I'll be surprised. I am surprised, honestly. Alright, we're gonna start pushing. Also, I want to note this alien commander has been doing pretty much nothing. He's been sitting here, absolutely just in terror, the whole time. Because he knows. Wait, no. Hold on a second. He probably doesn't even have a gun. Nope. He really is just that terrified. This guy might be the last one, actually. I don't know, though. I don't think that these doors close again. I'm pretty sure that all the doors are just once. They only open once, I think. But then again, something's using psionics. Unless it's just so cheap to use at the, I mean, hidden movement appears to be happening, so... Maybe there is something and we just missed it? No, that was all. The hidden movement was just kind of a random thing, or... Oh well. The important thing here is that we've successfully managed to deal with the aliens. Also, Dragon of Chaos, thank you for the follow. I apologize. I sometimes don't catch things till it, you know. Anyways, pretty much everybody in here just got a promotion. So, not bad, not bad. And all it took me was 3 attempts. I can't afford to have too many people in there. Yeah, honestly, you know what? Yeah, it's true. If I did allow things to go this way, we would have lost 3 planes. And that would have been pretty bad. You gotta remember. I'm doing communities. Alright, time to test out the Corsair and see what it's all about. Corsair 1, Foxtrot 2, send them both out at once and we'll see how this goes. Oh god, it's a lot faster. We really should just engage. Oh. Dude, the Corsair's nice! Alright, let's take a look at the new recruits and see what all we're working with here. Okay, first things first, we're missing... Okay, we got assault, sniper, 2 riflemen. Oh, wait, honestly, I actually don't know what specific guy's gonna make these guys. Rifleman. Well, I'm sure they'll be fine. Even if this lady does not have any carrying capacity whatsoever. Seven out of 10 alive, is it? It is good, honestly. Yeah, but the Corsair, whew, God. I'm gonna keep that one in mind for a future reference that we need the Corsair. Honestly, I'd get more commission to be built if it wasn't for the fact that the Corsair is unfortunately very, very expensive. Like, if it was my choice, I'd have like 3 Corsairs in every location, but unfortunately not. That's just not an option. Actually, let me check something. Probably. Let's see here. Range, turn rate, acceleration, range. 52,000 kilometers versus the Shrike. Oh, okay. Looks like both Charlie and the Shrike are the same. As far as effective range is concerned. Okay, so the Shrike is just a flat upgrade, which it should be, because honestly, I wouldn't want to... I'm going to be honest. Lightning 1 from XCOM UFO Defense is... It kind of hurts. It kind of hurts. Just the fact that, like, you spend all these resources to develop a pseudo-UFO dropship. And they don't actually... And it's honestly more close... It's more downgrade than upgrade. We are bombing alien unfortunates. Don't worry. That'll come in. Okay, what are we doing here? Rifleman. Assault. We need another assault, so... This guy. Obvious assault. Though, for what it's worth, I'm gonna be honest, this guy gives me more the impression that he would commit battery more so than assault. But, you know, we don't always get to choose our heroes. Oh my god, my favorite YouTuber from childhood! I sure wonder what he's currently up to. That is just... uncanny, Mr. Incredible meme. You don't want to know what he's been up to lately. Ah, 100% he wears a wife beater. most of this team kind of sucks. Sniper, assault, grenadier, shield. What are we missing? Oh yeah, we're missing the heavy weapons guy. Who is heavy weapons guy? Floyd Wood. Dude, that is a fake name if I ever heard it. That is the fakest name I have ever heard. If I ask somebody their name and they answer Floyd Wood, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, seriously though, what is your name? Who are you? Good ending, he's PewDiePie. That's fair. You know, we all agree, PewDiePie, he's one of the ones that made it out. He did a good job. And we appreciate him for it. I'm gonna be honest, stun grenades are, honestly. Like, compared to the flashbangs, I'm struggling to find a use case for the stun grenades. But I guess a part of the problem with the stun grenades is also just the fact that they do, like, have certain, they've got a lot of stuff for it. Dude, 100%! Like, seriously, this dude, combat experience Vietnam? Yeah, I'd believe that one. I'd believe that one. Army Special Forces? American? You're pretty. You don't look like you're an American. Oh no. It's brown chud. You know what? He doesn't look too bad. He doesn't look too bad with that skin tone though. You know, for a fact though, this dude is like 100% like, you know. But like that, like this is a guy that you 100%. This is a guy who will go up to you and ask you, okay, but what about the advancement of the white race? In what way does this advance the white race? Nah, he doesn't look Indian enough. Seriously, why is it always Indian, guys? Oh wait, no, it's account based in India. That's the meme. The meme is account based in India. Truly a superior specimen. I tell ya, nobody ever has the ancestry they wish they had. Yeah, as I'm saying, yeah, like, you wish it was like Scandinavian or whatever. Might as well say, oh, why do people stop burning you? I feel like this, I'm Indian. Dude, desperate to increase the number of blondes in the world. Why was that comment removed? No, seriously, Farmer Jack, you saw the comment. Did you guys see that comment not appear on there? Why on earth is that? What on earth is bad about that one right right there. Anyways. There's a joke here. But I don't feel like making it. Ah, frick! Oh, what? You can actually... Oh. I don't think you check the fuel level that well. Alright, clearly since this guy is, I guess you can control until it, like, moves. It's just, like... I don't want to do anything with that, because it's, like, worst possible scenario right there. Not much you can do about this interception. I guess I can try sending the condors and seeing how it looks, but I don't think this is going to be possible for us to like look into. Fundamental issue with the condors is that they are, Alright, good. Production of the scatter laser has been finished. We're going to get that transferred over to the... over to Burgerland. Anyways. Not having been said. Just remember, guys, I see comments that get removed. Alright, so over at Burgerland. The point's been made. We need to open up hangar space anyways. Like, long term, I'd like to be able for us to have additional fighters to work with. But for the time being, Condor 3, you have had a very good run. Decommissioned. I'm tempted to decommission Condor 1 as well. Probably should, honestly. Hopefully that reduced our... Alright, good. That took off a pretty solid amount of interceptor costs. Unfortunately, the monthly cost of the base is still extremely high due to our... just due to how many scientists we have here. Sadly, I don't think there's a scenario here where we don't end up... Oh, hold on. You know what? We're managing. Alright, well... Alright, and the Hunter Scout car has been made. Welcome into the world, Hunter 3. Don't ask what happened to Hunter 1 and 2. They're okay. They're okay. I'm gonna be honest. Despite the fact that the pulse laser is cool, I'm probably still gonna end up sticking with the 30 cal machine gun because... Dude, it is hard to say no to this thing. Like seriously, the 30 cal machine gun is unironically one of the best qualities of the hunter. I actually mean that when I say that. Unfortunately, the hunter does have one current issue, and that is that it is kind of in a bit of a bad spot right now. Oh, also I need to give our heavy weapons guy. Heavy weapons guy. A new heavy weapon! Oh. Dude. Suddenly, the scatter laser just became a lot better than the initial ballistic machine gun. Like seriously! Suddenly the fact that we don't have to use those freaking massive ammo boxes made this so much more viable. Kaboom! Look! It's the greatest thing ever! You don't need an ammo bitch anymore! Actually, hold on, let's see here. Fire mode still 80% TU. Reaction modifier 0.5 times, interesting. 70 recoil, rail cost 35 time units. Still costs a lot of time units to reload. Actually, is the 35 better than the... No. It is not. Gonna be lonely if I don't have one. I guess this is another example of but at what cost. Okay. I'm not trying to say anything, but this lady has given me some serious, recent new protagonist added to Marvel Comics vibes. You know what I mean? We'll have like a very short run. The comic will have a really short run, mind you, but like still. Alright, let's run this. We're taking on that alien base in Australia. I can't afford any more issues over in Australasia. January is 31 days, correct? Wolf battle armor! Let's go! Dude, that looks kind of goofy, not gonna lie. The Wolf battle armor is a direct replacement for the Jackal combat armor, using the remarkable properties of alien alloys to provide extra protection to your men in combat. Each individual suit requires a large amount of money and alien alloys to fabricate in our workshops, but they should dramatically increase the combat effectiveness of our men. Wolf armor consists of numerous parts: an armored helmet with a reinforced visor, thick torso protector plates, armored pads for the shoulder, elbow, and knee joints, plus ballistic gloves and combat boots atop, a fire-resistant undersuit. Collectively, this offers dramatically improved resistance to injury. The centimeter-thick breastplate is capable of stopping a 50 cal round at point blank range. steel strapped to your chest. Both the plating and the under should have been impregnated with a dense network of ultrafine superconductor filaments. Which exert the heat from an energy projectile and dissipate across the full surface of the armor, giving the soldier underneath a much improved chance of surviving the impact. None of this appears to have dramatically improved the mood of your soldiers. Indeed, I cannot recall a single smile from the miserable sods since the invasion began. It is almost as if they do not realize quite how difficult working in the laboratories can be. Screw you! A little more gratitude would hardly go amiss. Brigador, they impregnated it! They impregnated the plating and the undersuit with a dense network of ultrafine superconductive filaments. It's positively scandalous. Ah, the buzzard! I want the buzzard. Alright, guys. So, before we take a look at this, Jackal armor costs $20,000. Dude, I thought it was $10,000. They blocked my armor! Impregnation in wolf battle armor? The white girl battle armor? Alright, so, how expensive do you suppose this stuff's gonna be to produce? I'm thinking 60,000. Oh, to be honest, I expected way worse. Okay, I'm gonna now launch an interceptor over here. Foxtrot and Condor. Just in case any aliens get any bright ideas. Alright, begin mission. The light grab. Dang it, Linear! How's your name? I apologize. I want my battle armor unimpregnated thing. You can't unimpregnate something! You can kick me out of the house however much you want. You can't unimpregnate the Thanksgiving turkey. There are two ways to win the new and the base mission. The first is straightforward elimination of all mutants, which results in the recovery of all alien artifacts. The straight facility is easier, but will never result in the recovery of any items. I'll destroy the base power core house on the side of them at the base. Destroy the mission will always be in the victory. Alien bases contain a multitude of teleporters, hidden passages, and locked doors that can be used or destroyed to provide additional routes and methods for flanking enemies. Your men are also capable of using the base sensor system against aliens. If you clear the aliens from the command base room, the entire map would be revealed. Alright, so clearly command room is the priority. Oh, I get to deploy however I want. Interesting. 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 It's a good thing the alien missed all of his shots there. I definitely hope that a slightly better ballistic shield appears at some point. Because I like the ballistic shield, I just wish it were better. Wait, is that a door? No, that is not a door. Alright, I guess it's in Henry alongside the shotgun team. I don't know how dangerous it is for me to be leaving things the way they are right now. Probably is better to do 2 teams so we can sweep through the base faster, but also... Big it, thank you for the for 20 tip. 'Tim finally got his shock collar. Oh god, that is a lot of psionics noises. My ears are positively ringing afterwards. What do you mean? Well, it's not a bad Burgador. Also, I didn't know that Temp was interested in getting a shock collar. Then again, it seems like everybody is freaking friends with Atari is getting one, so... Oh, I couldn't... Honestly, you guys gotta remember me. I'm kinda bad about things like, actually keeping up with stuff. Honestly, it's one of those traits about myself that I really don't like, because it's... It just lets me feel like I'm just not very good at, like, you know, being a good friend. I mean, I should be aware of the fact when my friends decide that they want to be shocked by chat. Yet here I am. Oh, he was in the first? How did Mizu get his first then? Ah. this door. This door makes me uncomfortable. This is not a good door. Wait, that scientist had "we deserve to be treated like celebrities." He does! Okay, what was the knowledge it gives you that does you physical damage, Colvin? He's in pretty sure he's went to a pet store. That is fair. That is fair. Some of my friends desiring to be shocked by chat. For what it's worth, I do hear it does bring in money. Ah, frick! Dude, I don't even see that guy. What the frick? This dude's name is Sucks. That's honestly kind of funny. Well, Henry's down. We just lost a grenadier, which is very, very bad in case you didn't know. We're down 2 shotgunners and a grenadier. Alright, I need to... Frick. Not ideal. Catastrophic. Pretty similar, honestly, at the end of the day. This is kind of an issue. Oh, the frick was that? Well, whatever it is, it's dead now. Cool. So enemies can teleport on us. Again, not ideal in the slightest. Back. This is very much not ideal. So should I get Floyd? I think suppressive fire is going to be one of the last things that we're going to need in this particular scenario, so I should probably have Floyd grab a different weapon. Honestly, one of the things that I find very frustrating though in this game is the fact that the aliens are very aggressive with their usage of grenades. This is not good at all. This is actually extremely horrible. I actually really don't know what to do here. Need to keep the teams together. The alternatives are just too dangerous. Not that I think it matters, because I think it's over. Well, the problem is that when you play aggressive, you get punished for being aggressive. Like, the punishments for being aggressive aren't really much better than, whatever else ends up happening, generally. Because again, you play defensive, you end up not really making progress. Play aggressive, and then you end up putting yourself in positions where the enemy is just way too overspect, basically. And grenades definitely have a cost. Like, the amount of time that it takes for you to get a grenade out is extremely high. Frick, dude! Then the enemy just manages a freaking lucky snapshot through smoke, and you're just like, well, dang it, now there's nothing I can do. And now I'm kind of just left wondering, do I retreat? But the problem is, you can't do a proper retreat in this game. Equipment is just too expensive to actually be able to replace. It's kind of one of my biggest gripes with xenonauts, mainly just being that manufacturing is way too expensive. It costs too much time and it costs too much money, and the game is not nice about either of those. doesn't really help that the enemy also has freaking psionics as well, which is very much makes the job significantly harder. At least at this stage in the game. I'm just left wondering, how am I really supposed to do half of this stuff? Like, you gotta remember, I'm pretty sure this is XCOM 1 style psionics too. Since if you don't know what XCOM 1 style is, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's over. This lady does not have any ability to throw grenades either. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna read. think, this entire thing. So, new plan. We keep the team together. We don't try to speed our way through this, we take it nice and slow. Or maybe we should do it the way I was doing it, because in all honesty, it's hard to say. The main concern is grenades are probably one of the biggest threats because the aliens' grenades are really strong. The problem with, okay, so the problem with the 1v5 there, the problem is I don't know if there's no guarantee that was even just supposed to be a 1v5. Like, the biggest issue really comes down to the fact that that may very well not be a 1v5 as much as it may just be a straight 1v like 8 or 9 or something like that, because biggest issue is that there's a lot of aliens. Yeah, if I send more people in, the problem is we end up, I think, with the opposite situation. Like, we end up with so many people going into one area that it leads to, honestly, a lot more people dying. Because the issue is, the more people you have in a confined space, the more likely it is the aliens are just going to start grenading you. Over and over. I don't think 36 should have been the number. But the point is that it's extremely... There's a lot of aliens in these, because you gotta remember, this is a base. Naturally, the main concern with bases is that there's gonna be a lot of aliens. And of course, the problem with a lot of aliens means that there's a lot of potential to get grenaded by said aliens. Also, so I think the weird lizard guys, they teleport from the looks of it. And it's nice to know that we have that wolf battle armor. But there are some concerns regarding the wolf battle armor. Mainly just the fact that it's really expensive. Alright, Gaben. Hope the nuggets are good. Alright, we have a new alien encounter. Hopefully it's not too dangerous. Okay, and then and then the grenades are too... We don't have enough grenades generally to justify. Yeah, nah, that ain't working. Smoke it is then. Okay, 29 timers use grenades. Not the throw I was hoping for. Playing xenonauts and AJ Fox, welcome to Demon. It's a game. Okay, can we get a flashbang over there? Yeah, that was not good. Okay, whatever. Alright, that's sorted now. Of course. See, this is also another thing that I mean. The aliens are typically at a pretty stark advantage. Yeah, it's supposed to be a retro strategy game. It really doesn't help that I've been having some awful, just terrible grenade luck so far. No, actually, to the contrary, we're invading the space. And not doing a good job. Also, see what I mean? This is what I mean when I say defense is really hard to get to do in this game. Ugh. Just going in this room is just really freaking terrifying. Okay, so. Okay, so 36. See, 18 times 2 is about 36, so we'd need to put him here, I think. Good. Clean. Clean. Good. Hopefully they don't do anything crazy. No, I just didn't deploy the hunter, though in all honesty, I think the hunter would have been a bad deployment here. These bases are... I feel like the corridors would cause problems. Okay, this room is as cleared as it can be. I don't really know the specifics of what causes the aliens to use grenades, though. Okay, now we... Getting a little bit nervous about using all this smoke to advance, but I don't really know what the best course of action is. In case you guys haven't figured out, I really don't like this room layout. This specific room is very concerning. For an assortment of reasons. Alright, I'm gonna have the machine gunner drop all of his ammo. Well, not all of his ammo, his grenades, because... Gotta keep the front lines spread out, otherwise it's gonna cause problems. Last thing you wanna do is give the enemy any incentive. Oh, dude. I want you to take a look at that area right there specifically. That little lead up into the room. Horribly, just absolutely one of the most terrifying things you can see. Like from a breaching perspective. I don't know what to do about this right here. Yes, they have armor. It's not good armor, but they got it. Okay. Sniper is all clear. Drink water. Did I get water? I don't remember if I got water. Coffee left to do. Ah! Okay, Ooh. I like the sound of the heavy laser. Of the scatter gun reloading. It's got that nice, it's like, you know that somebody like, you know, found a way to put one of those little like tube things, like ooh, those things. You know they found a way to add one of those there just so it could make the coolest reload sound possible. It really upsets me how they really did go from making Sheogorath an interesting character to just making him the cheese guy. You know, Sheogorath is more than cheese, you know. Oh, but everybody wants to be like, cheese, cheese, it's funny, it's cheese. Okay, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Okay, so we're gonna have Hunter Thompson get a bit closer. Okay. I'm gonna drop a save because I'm planning on using C4. And I'm not gonna let bugged C4 get all my guys killed. Not again, at least. Did it work? Didn't do nothing to it, God! Alright, whatever. That just means we need to do more. More C4! C4? C more. Cause... ah, fuck. Well, that's a problem. Okay, 2 C4 it takes to take out of one of these doors. Got it. Alright, most dangerous job time. Alright. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this is enough. The reload is more likely to recharge sounds for the laser gun. I know! I know! I know. I just like my sci-fi laser noises. The world needs more pew in it, after all. worse. Could be worse. $36. If you can get 2 shots off of the shotgun, generally the enemy will probably die immediately after. Perfect. Just a minute, just in case he decides to give me bright ideas, you know? Well, the good news is that we do have new armor designs made. The bad news is that they're, not exactly perfect. Well, it's not really that. It's just it's gonna cost a lot of money and a lot of time to make them. Alright. So problem solved. Advancing. I wonder what these pods are used for. Also, let's just drop a little something for us. Frick! Didn't even see that thing. well, we're gonna have to go get that shotgun retrieved. Key alien spotted over there. I really hate it when the alien shoots and it's completely out of your range. Hold on, I'm curious. There he is. Okay, 29, 10 minutes. Can't take the risk. Can't take the risk. Too high. Meantime, however, we'll just get some smoke thrown out so that we can get our team moving forward again. Of course, I don't doubt the legitimate possibility that the aliens could just, you know... At least the flares are infinite. I really gotta remember to use them more often. But the problem is that the close quarters of this area really do make using them kind of feel a bit... like it's not the thing you should be doing. Does that make sense to say? Like I know I probably should. But I also feel like it's in my better interest to, you know, grab everything. Oh, I do not like this formation one right now. Also, can't deny the possibility that the aliens might find their way back over here, which would be catastrophic. Also, that room apparently has a light in it, so... One thing that I do like this game really got right is especially, like, you know, compared to the original XCOM. Well, it's not like the original XCOM didn't do it right either. Honestly, one of my favorite things the original XCOM did was the way it handled visibility. Because visibility's really cool. Even if it's 80% of the reason why half my team dies. Alright. Breaching! Breaching! Scariest part of the night. So much for that bit of cover we had there. Oh, I really don't like this. I really don't like this one bit. Now I really get the vibe that we're gonna end up just with a bunch of people dead after this. Let's see. Creates first world's first laser pulse rifle. It's silent. Install this new pew pew sound maker specifically because it's cool. You know what? Rule of cool, guys. Rule of cool. Botched grenade though. The good news is that at least Henry has the option to grab more grenades. Okay. Alright, Amos is hallucinating. Uh-oh. Wonderful! Just plain wonderful. Hopefully this isn't. Hopefully this doesn't end horribly. I'd be lying enough if I said I had hope right now, cause hope is one of those things that the game doesn't always give you a ton of. I don't really know what the best solution here is. Hold on. Ah, perfect. No clue if it's dead or not, but well, that at the very least hit, so we're kind of in a good spot there. Oh! Well, frick! Mr. Lead Engineer, are the sounds, are those really necessary to ensure that this gun is as effective as possible? Absolutely. It has to make cool sci-fi noises. Okay, so I'm not just dumb. This is a legitimately difficult scenario I'm in right now. Right? Right, Koban? Also, oh frick, I think we're totally out of smoke. Alright, we have a single smoke grenade. And that's all. Okay, you know, I'm gonna just have Maria drop all of our grenades. And we're just gonna pray that she doesn't get horribly mutilated. We're just gonna... I don't really like using the stun grenades because they're kind of ick as far as grenades go. Mostly because stun gas is really difficult to work with. I'm just gonna make a presumption that that'll at least create enough of a dead zone that the aliens won't try to go through it. Salvaging a single flashbang. Not an Elerium grenade. Elenium, sorry, not Elerium. Legally distinct Elerium. There's a teleporter in that room. I'm a little bit worried about this location here because Maria's not exactly able to do much from here because she's just in an awkward spot, really. Oh. Yeah, nah, I really don't like this room. This room in particular is really, really bad. A lot of doors, each leading to potentially any number of horrible areas to have to deal with. Tactically, this is possibly one of the worst rooms we could have found. I'm gonna have to write a lot of letters after this one. Yeah! It's pretty bad, not gonna lie. Okay, this room has been cleared. We're all good. Oh, there are a lot of concerns right now due to the fact that we're kind of low on supplies. Okay. Really don't see the point there, but whatever. Whatever. Well, I think the best part here is that genuinely can't possibly know what is coming here. Okay, this you have to do. Ugh, frick. This isn't good. How's she looking? Not good. Okay. We have enough control over the situation to be able to do something. And the problem here, however, is that our options are sorely lacking in terms of... Oh, fuck. Alright, good. Good. That did a lot for us right there. That guy I was a bit worried about. No, I only have to worry about a lot more still. really freaking hate this room so much. And that didn't do anything we needed it to do, because everything we needed to do is just not doable at the moment. I'm just gonna once again stand on the line. This room is absolutely terrible. Those doors. They got a yellow stripe on them. Wonder if that's a commander. If we can secure the commander, we've basically won already at that point. Let me guess. It's immune to suppression, isn't it? It's kind of frustrating because it's one of those mechanics that you need to use in the game. But the game fairly consistently takes from you because, you know. They don't want you to be able to suppress enemies. I get it that it is kind of meant to make the game more difficult, but it still is just like, ugh. I don't know what to do. Because suppression's kind of unironically one of the few things you have going for us at times. Seeing as you haven't seen much movement in that room in particular, I think it's probably in our better interest to ignore it outright. I don't like going in this room though. This one's got me really nervous. Not like he had any grenades on him left. Much as callous as it is to say, he's kind of useless at this point anyways. Alright then. It's open. Great. Great. Frick. I want to go back. Kind of feeling like I should probably go back. So do we lose the entire thing, or or is it more of like a... Nah, we still get it back. It just... Now we gotta wait for it to get recovered. No? Interesting. It's like I said earlier, though. Yeah, the laser empty shreds, but the problem is that it doesn't really, like... Ah, God. No, I'm gonna go back to the... I'm gonna go back to the start of the mission, honestly. Because I think that behind that room, behind that door, was where the alien command center was. I also think that we may have gone in the worst possible direction. Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna save scum. Besides, I have a strong feeling that if I don't save scum, I'm gonna end up losing the entire game, because honestly, it's pretty rough. I don't really care for the people, it's the freaking equipment that I can't replace. Like, do you have any idea? It took nearly a month to get this much equipment made in the first place. Let alone actually being able to, you know, actually, get it up, like... You get what I mean? Equipment recovery is unironically one of the worst things in this game because, like, once you lose stuff, that's kind of it. Means that our ground forces are functionally required to do some stuff. Or functionally unusable at that point. Then again, maybe I should just take the L. Doesn't matter. Besides, I do what I want. Nothing you guys can do about it. Besides, they agree that CQB is really awful. Nah, thank you for the fast check. Hydrate. Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that there's aliens right behind that door. Machine gunner, turn that sectoid inside out. Dude, that one's really annoying, actually. Like, the fact that I just flanked him instantly and just... just really feels at times like we're not allowed to have nice things. I went the wrong way. Every single time! Okay, and... throw you. Oh, great. Our sniper probably just died. Let me pick up that stupid... Alright, fine. Sarah Jones, congratulations. You've been promoted to sniper. I'm not happy because I have zero faith in your skills as a sniper, but here we are. We're doing this anyways. Dude, that's actually kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Oh, great. Just dropped all of his gear and decided, I'm gonna go. Run off to most likely end up dying or something like that. I don't know. This has honestly been a freaking nightmare to deal with. Just the right combination of things to go wrong are going wrong. It's wild how it's just this one room, too. Like, you'd think it'd take 2 rooms, but no. I'm really getting the impression this run is already DOA. Because, God, it is not going my way in any meaningful capacity. Also, the darkness is really getting to me here, like, seriously. Keep having these 0 visibility problems. Alright then, 18. 32. Alright, no, 32. 34. Oh! This room is cleared from the very beginning. How often do people die and that's the realization afterwards? Serious question. Serious question. How many times is that just... Hey, I have like so many die over a room that was never not cleared. Oh, this looks important. Also, dude, how could he move that far and still be able to throw grenades? Great. Oh! At least he shot the right thing. I figured he would just end up, you know. Going up to our own people and just being all, oh hey! You look like a particularly acceptable target, and then just freaking start killing people because... He's scared. Well, you know what? I'm scared that this project is going to fail because of people like you. You shouldn't be scared. I should be scared. No, I am not winning in xenonauts still. I've been safe scumming this one. Cause that's just what we do. I'm assuming this is the core or whatever. Technically, I could just leave this and I could just destroy this and probably we'll call it a day. However, there is technology to be gained. Valuable technology as well. That'll require 42 to hit, so yeah, no, we're not doing that. Anyways. Is this good? I think this is good. It's hard to say though. It'll have to be. It's a little bit of us though. I believe this. I don't know what this is, honestly. Suppose this is technically a better entrance than I was using last time, but still. D. Okay. It could be worse, though. They got a lot worse. Still, though, definitely want to take care here. I really tend to question just what it is that the aliens are trying to do there whenever they do like grenades and stuff like that. I still find it very frustrating though when the aliens do stuff like, you know. I don't even know what killed him there. It's kind of one of the parts That's what really sucks about these areas, because it's really hard to really work with. This is not a place to have a sniper rifle in either. It's kind of another part of that's been making this difficult. Don't really know what the proper use case here is for the sniper. Then people just end up kinda, eh. No, this looks important. A small price to pay. You know, closing that door is probably one of the smarter moves it could have made. I guess this isn't the commander room. I don't know. This game's not really very clear on what exactly the command room is. Oh. Great. Just... Fine, I'll take the L on this one. I'm done with dealing with it anyways. For the time being, then, we shall use no laser weaponry. Ugh. Oh well. So... we haven't lost anything crazy yet, though. We just lost about, how much is that? Well, $97,756 was lost. That's not as catastrophic as you'd think. Alright, well, you know what they say. Idle hands are the devil's playthings. And we need more aircraft, so... getting another Corsair developed. So I guess it looks like we're not doing anything for a good while. Just gonna be airstrikes for the foreseeable future. Which isn't exactly what I'd like, but it's what we gotta deal with. hour. New month. So, yeah. It's open. Alright, doesn't matter. We gotta take this out now. At the very least, if nothing else, the bomber has to go down. Alright. You know what? Should I just have them both? Not ideal. I don't think this is gonna work. Alright. Progress. Alright. Now I gotta see and try and see if we can finish off this heavy fighter. I don't have much in the area of hope, however. Nope. Doesn't matter. We took out the bomber. No damage so far. And one heavy fighter isn't going to perform a terrorist attack on its own. Well, Foxtrots are red at least. Need what little we can get. It ain't much, but it'll hopefully help. So, with regards to equipping everyone, well, at least the good news is now there's plenty of space for Hunter 3. Key, anchor key, that's sniper. Well, at least the good news is I don't have to really think too hard about what I give people. Not like I was thinking too hard in the first place, but still. So what do they mean when they say insufficient equipment? I don't understand why it would be insufficient. I mean, it's 50. Oh, God, this guy kind of sucks, honestly. I don't really know what to give him. Wow, all these people are awful assault candidates. Naturally, then the solution is make them assault anyways and just, you know. If he has decent time units, make him an assault trooper. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do with these guys. It's kind of no wonder I wasn't really using these people, because, ugh. Some of them are pretty rough looking, not gonna lie. Key rifleman. He is... Okay, what do we need is the question. Ah, need another assault. Don't really have anyone else realistically capable of being an assault, though. I guess this guy will have to do. Wait, what do you mean I have 5 units of jackal armor? We weren't supposed to recover anything. How do we recover the bodies? That's a very strange outcome. But I suppose we can just, take that as much as we can, I guess. Look, we'll take the little ones, okay? Okay, salt. Yeah, everybody needs it as it. I don't really give this stuff out to everyone, so. Oh well, little wins, little wins. Frick, it's 12 already. Okay, so bit of a thing here. I'm gonna send the Corsair by itself to deal with these UFOs actually, because I think... Nah. I should send both of them. Also, wait. Oh, okay. We actually, Charlie Run does need to be recovered. It says here that the 0% chance of victory. Alright. That was close. Alright, Corsair 1, take out that heavy fighter, and let's hope this works out in the end. Foxtrot 2 is the best possible angle for this. Get in a little closer first. Frick! Well, that didn't... Oh! Never mind. When they said it was 0% chance of winning. The joke is now very much on them. Yeah, that Corsair is definitely gonna need to be standardized across the board. Next chance I get, I'm putting one over by a little boy with a PH. Also, important to note, we are going to, like, we desperately need to take this alien base. We have until the end of the month. But Australasia is looking really, really bad right now. Got a base. second Corsair, however, is actually a very important development. Right then, shock grenade! Studying alien electronics has taught us much about how to create them, but we've also learned how to destroy them. This is largely accidental. My team destroyed alien electrical systems on several occasions by running an overly large current through them, while your engineers hopefully demonstrated that they were also vulnerable to being dropped on the floor. I was not particularly amused at the time. The knowledge gained eventually proved useful. I present you with the electroshock grenade. It generates a powerful electromagnetic discharge on detonation, inflicting major EMP damage on any mechanical unit caught in the blast, and stun damage on biological ones. As there is no explosive component in the device, the terrain will remain completely unaffected. The stunning effect of the grenade is not quite as powerful as that generated by a stun baton, but this is offset by the greater damage. This will be of great relief to your men. I have noted the soldiers assigned to capture duty, shock jocks, appear to have significantly lower morale than others. The electroshock grenade is also very useful for destroying robotic enemy units. The EMP pulse completely bypasses the target's armor and overloads the electronic systems underneath. The actual damage inflicted is only average at best, but can still prove very useful against well-protected extraterrestrial drones and robots that are difficult to damage through conventional means. That has been added to... Okay, I need to start putting more stuff into this. Scimitar. Our tanks are out of date. We need to start, like, you know, putting more into this. I hope that that means these grenades are standard issue. Yes, infinitely available. Stun versus 100 EMP damage. How good is that compared to the flashbang? Flashbang is 5 kinetic, 10 suppression. Where does the stun damage come in now? Stun damage shows up though whenever it's used. Oh well. Not really too big of a fan of how this is looking though. Well, between the stun gas and the electroshock grenade, I feel like the electroshock grenade is going to be more useful. Not to say that stun gas is useless, is completely useless, but problems it has are too... It's just got too many issues. Also, this is going to be an interesting situation, I feel like. So how's that new scimitar coming along? Still got about a day before it's ready. Not like how this is looking. Condors thankfully have a decent enough fuel level, so maybe they should be good. Means we can also use afterburners and not really have too many issues. Oh, frick. I wasn't paying attention and Foxtrot took a hit. Not ideal. Okay, Condor 2. Oh, I actually hit the retreat button on the Foxtrot. Okay, and... done. Alright, took a bit of smooth stuff there, but we made it happen in the end. Gotta avoid those freaking... Ah, wait, I know. Had the Foxtrot do this. Condor goes through here. Okay, now this thing has made its choice of what exactly it wants to kill. Frick! Well, it's over now. Made one bad move. Night, Farmerjack. Honestly, this has kind of been one of my favorite games to mess around with lately. Been trying to get as much out of it as possible, but it's been kind of difficult. Anyways, freaking sucks over here. Alright, alongside that is... So we're gonna send it down, but we need to make sure everything's good. I think the team over here should be able to handle it. Oh, I should make sure that, you know, everything's well organized. Shield, shotgun, shotgun. Actually, no, this might actually be a preferable way of having everybody in there. Then again, tank up front does also mean that it can provide support as it needs. Hard to say, honestly. I guess there really isn't such a thing as a good way to do this, because let's face it, but still. You know what? People up front. Now you do this. I don't know, honestly. Hard to say. Anyways, sure, we went after it. First large UFO. Wonderful. Definitely no chance we have with that one, though. There's so much money just sitting there. The sky. Begging to just to be taken. I mean, seriously, it's just there. Begging for my use. And yet, I can do nothing with it. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. Alright, a good thing is this is not a bad place to start here. Ah, wonderful. My favorite. guess it's time for us to start putting those new grenades to good use. You know, I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I was kind of surprised to learn those guys aren't bugmen. I figured they'd be like insectoid type guys, but no. They're just closer to regular sectoids. Wow! Alex Kaiser. First mission. Don't worry, Patrick. It was... You'll get a medal for it, okay? You'll get a medal for it. Okay, that's a free medal right there. Right? Ugh, God. How long am I going? I don't have work tomorrow. I think. Do I have work tomorrow? Don't make me check. Don't make me check. I don't want to check. I should probably check though. Yeah, I'll check. Just give me a second. Let's see here. Do I work tomorrow? I do not know. I could take a shift, but in all honesty, dude, that's my only day off. I don't want to lose my only day off like that. It's... You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to lose your one day off. Especially, like, you know... For one extra shift... On a day you're supposed to be off. Like, you know, nah. And this is why we like the hunter. Makes the aliens a lot less scary when you have a big scary tank following you around. Not big scary tank that makes all the problems no longer a problem. And that is like half all around here. Alright, get that shotgun back in your hands and get back onto the field, soldier! Ah! It appears that we found the ship. Don't know how I'm supposed to find it here of all places. I don't think it did any damage. We're all good then. Alright, saucer is currently safe. Unfortunately for him, seriously? You missed that. Could have been the end of him. You missed that one. Useless. Hoping for the best here, but I also know the best may not be quite what we get. At any rate, I don't really know how long I'm gonna go for though. I need to get people in closer before I decide to do anything reckless. quite as much damage as I would have hoped it would have done, honestly. Not really too worried though. Because we have the power of peeking on our side. I'm probably being a little bit too, what's the word? I should try being a bit bolder with this one. So it might end up having a storm pick up soon. A little bit nervous about how that's gonna develop. No, for what it's worth, I'm not really all that nervous. Mostly just due to the fact that, like, I'm used to the cold, so it doesn't matter. A bit scary there. I'm no way about the... yeah. You know, I really gotta remember that I can suppress my own guys. I am a little bit nervous about what's gonna happen when we get to the... like when we get to the command center here. Because... I know how this stuff generally goes. And... the command center... is kind of scary in this specific circumstance. Oh! They actually use the teleporters. I don't know why I didn't think they did. I just kind of assumed, I guess. Alright, so he doesn't have a ton of 10 units, but that does, however, mean that he can... Too much of a gamble for not enough gain. I can't really guarantee that we get anything out of that, honestly. I've seen that blast an alien killer robot. Not ideal either. Alright, well... Gonna make an assumption and say this room's clear because we haven't seen anything come out of it yet. Alright. This is a development. It's open for the best, though. Uh-huh. Okay, we should be all good to go then. Over here. Okay, next turn I'll start looking. Is there a way up on the second floor? Doesn't look like it. Seems that the enemy robot must have found its way out of there. It's very frustrating how much, like how many time units it takes to reload a machine gun. Like, I kind of wish it was less. But I also know there's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, unfortunately. The cabbage crop had to go. Alright, 52 out of 80. Means she should be able to take one good hit with it still. Actually, no, we're gonna put Alan over here. So, for those curious, the strategy here is that I want to place a C4 along this wall, and hopefully it'll make enough of a difference. Should probably put some smoke here. There is very little in the area of cover right now, and we need all the cover we can get. The C4 bug happened again. And I forgot to save as well, so yeah. I would like to now proclaim my undying hatred for the C4 bug. I did nothing wrong there. I merely used one of the many tools the game has provided. It has failed to adequately implement. traitorous hands packed this charge. On the topic of traitorous hands in C4, I would like to once again proclaim my disappointment with the C4 implementation in Helldivers 2. I'm not happy with it. There is absolutely no reason it could not have been a grenade slot. That's all I'm saying. I'm dropping a save here. A C4 save. Because the C4 didn't do what it was supposed to do. So I think I'm allowed to save scum here. I'll say again, this is just one of the most tactically awful scenarios to be in. Just seriously, dude. I'm gonna note we would have been in a much better position if the C4 didn't suddenly decide to arm itself, by the way. Very frustrating. We cannot ever get into the teleporter, so... so much for you guys and your... suppression tactics. bad news, however. I really have no clue what possible solution we have now. Great. Is there much solution here? 13. Dang it, Curtis! Frick! Could have done a lot of things there, and you decide to panic at the worst conceivable time. Do the Helldivers at least scream democracy is great in an unspecified foreign language? That is when you use a hell bomb. Ah, fuck. Let's see. Virtually no time units. Alright. Maybe. Just gonna have Shaw get in front of the sight line that Chris is in, and we're just gonna pray that she takes the hit and he doesn't, because honestly, between the two, Curtis is more useful right now. Not that that did anything of value, of course. Just gonna say, roll a he-bill into the UFO, light it up, and smoke them out. Wait, you're not allowed to on YouTube? Anyways, not PC. Welcome, Steven. Okay, but seriously though, this is like one of tactically the absolute just nightmare scenarios. I genuinely have no clue how to go about this. The fact alone that, like, one, you can't even grenade your way out of this. Like, even if you're using pretty decent grenades. These guys are really strong. So Shaw getting wounded is a canon event. That's a very specific canon event to have. At any rate. I think really the worst part is the fact that the enemy absolutely refuses to leave this room under any circumstances, it feels like. And there's no good cover in this room specifically either. Okay, 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 okay. So. Yeah, for real, you send anyone in there, they're just dead. There's really nothing else about it. They're just dead. I don't really know what the solution is. Beyond just praying to get lucky on RNG. Okay, not much you can do here. And then there's also the fact that these guys honestly are extremely difficult to kill just in general. It doesn't matter what you do. You cannot bait them out of this room. There's no cover either in this room. Also, am I the only one who's finding the fact that these guys don't really even have to go out the door to shoot you kind of questionable? Like, anybody else find it a little bit odd that they don't even need to leave the room? Mm. None of the explosive charges didn't go off. And that's notable. Oh, why am I grabbing flashbangs? Flashbangs don't do anything at this stage of the game. At least against these enemies. Alright then. So, we do, however, have to... Alright, we're gonna need an extra shotgun. I wonder if someone just succumbed to their weakness to the oxygen. Doesn't matter if they did or not. Alright, so... Machine gun can't really... then again... If we have to reload, we're pretty much dead anyways. And suppression doesn't work against these enemies. hopefully this... we're able to do something here. Problem is, the C4 won't really do anything. And again, there's presumptions you have to make when it comes to stuff like that. Hopefully this is enough to make a difference. Again, these things are really frustrating. Okay, so I figured out at least an option I have here. Actually, now I'm curious. I'm just trying to figure out specifically how I'm supposed to go about doing this. Oh yeah, no, it's funny, honestly. almost convinced that these things just straight up. Like, the worst part about it is that if you're using pre-laser weapons, like if ballistic weapons, they do not care. They do not care about ballistic weapons. And it's just so upsetting because, like, you can't get anything done on these guys, it feels like. The only real option is to just like, take them out with a machine gun. But the problem is that machine guns are really unwieldy. And they demand a lot. Like, you don't just use a machine gun, unfortunately. Not really, no. You just need laser weapons, but the problem is I lost all my laser weapons in the last mission we ran. The last mission resulted in a team wipe and, well, all of our weapons got lost in you know, it's kind of disappointing actually that you can't putting stuff on the belt versus putting it on the backpack doesn't really seem to make much of a difference, which is a little disappointing, honestly. If that was me designing it, I would have had the... Okay. Reload weapons first, then we'll sort out what we're gonna do afterwards. So... Also, Curtis is just straight up useless. His 41 time units is an enormous liability as a shotgun user. And just trying to make it work is just... ugh. Feels like no matter what we do, it's just not gonna work. convinced this is just impossible. Well, I'm not really too worried about the friendly fire, honestly. After all, friendly fire is an unavoidable fact of life. Nothing at all we can do to prevent it. Alright then. There's a very deep irony, by the way, to the fact that even though I'm putting a lot of effort into just re-gearing everyone, it really does just come down to the simple fact that this equipment that we're using is unideal for the purposes that we are currently trying to use it for. For our current purpose, these weapons are just unideal. Ballistics just aren't enough to make it work, and it doesn't really keep the enemy at bay long enough. And there's no way to bait the enemy out, which again, if we could just get them out of their cover, that'd be nice. That'd be workable. Problem is, no matter what we do, they're always going to stay in that one area without fail. Okay, so I'm thinking heavy machine gun. Okay, so far so good. Okay. That's one of them dealt with. We just have to kill the other one. Angela Matthew, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Gosh. This is a lot. Oh jeez, Maya, you should have gone for the head while you could. Somehow we have not failed just yet. Alright then. You know, rather than just panic and start running, could you at least turn the shotgun to your head and kindly pull the trigger to save us the trouble of waiting? Honestly. You had him! What a bounty hope. I don't know, I'm silly hostile. Probably not. Most likely not. Maybe. $15 if I win. Eh, I'm not gonna go holding into that one because honestly it's a bit... For what it's worth, this game does have a lot of issues when it comes to the little things that kind of frustrate me with it. Just trying to make it work out is difficult. It's not even really a matter so much of the, my soldiers can't hit stuff. It's more of like a, wow, why is this designed this way? Which is kind of annoying, honestly. This particular alien ship design is very difficult to work with. Just in the purest terms of, like, other things. I definitely do hope it hasn't been too tiring, though. Who am I kidding? It is a bit tiring, but... Nah. For what it's worth, in my opinion, XCOM fans do not make good XCOM games. Honest opinion. Oh, alright, Diablo. I hope luck is good for you. I'm trying my best to do well here, but... Alright then. It's not even really like I have many costs here. Yeah, like, okay, here's the thing. I try to shoot this guy from over here. Nothing. I will be blocked by this door. They try to shoot me from the other side of the wall. I get... Somehow they just manage to hit anyways. It's very frustrating. Not very good, honestly. This particular setup here is honestly one of the worst things I've had to experience. Okay, so... I guess I can shoot them, but... Oh, yeah, that's another detail, by the way. Both of those shots hit. Did nothing. Our grenades don't do enough. Nothing does enough. The realization here is that we've simply become outclassed. And I genuinely have no clue if this is actually physically possible. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out. This is just not possible. Sure, I could keep save scumming. That's true. That could. That could. But the problem is it do nothing. At least they made hauling corpses around a lot easier. Honestly, fair statement there. Doesn't change the fact that I still feel like I did just waste a bunch of time on something that, in all honesty... I could have done. I could have done. Wait, this guy... Is that basic gear, or is he actually wearing jackal armor? Okay, that's jackal armor. That's jackal armor. Okay, yeah. This guy, however... He gets left behind because we don't need his corpse. See, guys, I have my priority sheet. The priorities mostly feature, is he wearing armor that we have to spend money to get more of? And if the answer is yes, then, you know, we just leave them. Or they'll probably grab them and, you know. And it all started when the C4 bug hit. I'll be honest. I don't hate xenonauts. But I will say one thing. I do feel like they did come up a bit short when it came down to the whole trying to make an XCOM game in the modern age. Maybe the truth is, XCOM UFO defense was just lightning in a bottle, and it can't be replicated. At least I can live somewhat happily knowing I'll be able to airstrike these guys shortly. Okay, wait. Hold on. We are not leaving empty-handed. So here's what we're gonna do. They're not gonna leave their little UFO. Fine. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care if they leave or not. But I'm not leaving this place empty-handed. You know it, Insanely Hostile. I am gonna go grabbing some of those alien corpses. I'm gonna be heading to where those aliens died, and I'm stealing everything. Oh, it's what their families would have wanted. Look, I'll put it this way. Even if I don't technically win the battle, as long as I steal enough junk from the aliens, they can still be profitable. And yes, unfortunately, most of the really good stuff is probably up in that command center that I am unable to get to because we just end up dying immediately. It sucks, but it's all I've got. It'd be nice if we could load stuff up into the hunter, but that's unfortunately not physically possible. We already have one of these things, so it doesn't matter. So if they want to sit in our command center, they are free to. I don't even need any of the stuff in there anymore. Because like I said, I'm not going home empty-handed. You know, I could technically just try using the plasma grenades and see what happens. Honestly, that feels like too much work. Julie, welcome! How's it been? Gee, I think there was like one bit of equipment that I needed. Either way, it's unfortunate, but this is simply how things turned out. Found a place that still makes a sandwich for $6.99 or $5.99. Okay, but it's not a $5 foot long. Don't you try to gaslight me into believing that this is good. It's not remotely good. It's like, there's no way this is realistically, like this ship is realistically flyable now, right? We can make that assumption. Private Patrick Allen outside of the ship. Don't care. For what it's worth, despite the fact that this mission was an unmitigated failure, we did, however, manage to get a lot of, made about $36,000 off of it. I'm doing a terrible job getting the target lock on this thing. Oh my god, I can't believe I freaking let that happen. Now Jersey makes a fire out subjects. That's fair. That's fair. Airstrike it. Okay, I think we can safely say Australasia is probably not even worth trying to save at this point. Predicted change is minus $71,000. I feel like even if we do take that alien base, it's not gonna do much. Alright, Corsair Interceptor has been completed. Now we get it shipped somewhere else. Relocate aircraft. Condor 4 is getting decommissioned. No longer needed. Corsair 2 is now officially ready to start working though. Relocate. Okay, so hopefully with Corsair 2 we should be able to get some semblance of air superiority in East Asia. It's a hope, but not really guaranteed, unfortunately. No, not East Asia. I think I lost East Asia. Alright, time to start this up. Over. Alright, turn on the afterburners, of course, sir. And the Foxtrot also probably could benefit from it as well. This thing's turning speed's ridiculous. You gotta remember the first rule of war, though. Always make sure that it's unfair. Airstrike. Oh, I guess I've been forced to go deal with the, smaller group. Alright. Everybody's just gonna have to deal with it, and we're just gonna have to pray for the best. Alright, good. Good. Also important notes, the Foxtrot can take out 1 heavy fighter. Minimum. Can take out 2 with enough effort. Alright, good. At least the Corsair gives us some semblance of air superiority. I have no clue. I have reminded you of the $5 footlong. Also, hello, Chili. I apologize. I didn't notice you pop in. Airstrike. Frick, we lost Condor too. I shouldn't have done that, unfortunately. Still gotta wait for some refueling to happen, and as well as it is definitely a very good question though, why it is that refueling, it takes like an hour. Can we intercept? We're intercepting. Tail until overland. Engage. Alright, this is an unknown, so we have to pray for the best here. Just let it all out on him. Oh, frick, that turning radius is a bit scary. is that thanks to the Corsair's fairly decent maneuverability, it's not completely outclassed here. Alright, both out of ammo. That's it. That's it. Can only disengage now. Alright, fun. New enemy, new thing I can't kill. Not looking forward to this one. It's as though the moment that I finally get something I can take on... Alright, Buzzard Jumpsuit. The Buzzard Jumpsuit is a variant of the Wolf battle armor designed for mobility over protective ability. It is fitted with an integrated jump unit, a device that allows the wearer to move vertically on the battlefield. Refinement of the armor plate has decreased weight, slightly reducing protection, but letting the soldier carry more into the battle. The jump unit is a rather substantial device worn in the back and a back harness. It consists of a miniaturized aluminum reactor connected with a pair of thrusters that sit above the wearer's shoulders. Paired with various gyroscopic flight control systems and sensors. Though the jump unit is not powerful enough for prolonged flight, the user is able to hover for short periods if necessary. Even those who are not trained as pilots should find it easy enough to use in combat. Input from the wearers is recorded via touchpads in the gloves, allowing them to steer their intended flight path, sadly also preventing them from using weapons while airborne. A complex array of vector thrust ports, copied from the alien directional thrust design, provide fine control and auto-stabilization when in flight. Clearly the ability to jump atop buildings or leap impassable terrain has utility on the battlefield, particularly for your scouts and marksmen. Soldiers regularly exposed to enemy fire will likely still need the added protection of the wolf, however. The cool thing is, I like seeing all this neat new stuff that I know for a fact I won't be able to afford. Alright, we should probably start focusing on some other things here. Let's focus on that alien reactor. If anything needs to be ripped apart, that's probably gonna be it. Oh wait, no, that's a large UFO over in Europe. Can't afford to go after that now. How about you? Still refueling. It's gonna take a minute to rearm everything though. I may have let these two go for a bit too long. It doesn't really matter now. So, what do you think typically has fun, the Corsair pilots or the Foxtrot pilots? It's obviously the Corsair. Alright. Alright. Send it back. No. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't suddenly mean that the thing doesn't make it back at all, but you never know. You know, considering this is a large-scale alien invasion, Alright, time for round 2. I certainly hope that you didn't expect the Sept to deal with this again. Or maybe I hope that you were prepared, because, you know. Oh. Well, that works. As much as I'd like to intercept it outright, I also know that it's too dangerous to even attempt right now. So we're airstriking it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, guys. The decision to begin development of several Corsairs was a good call. And now it's 2 a.m. Oops. Look at me not catching stuff until it doesn't matter. It's a problem. Alright, I don't think this thing's going anywhere. Can't afford it. Can't afford to just let it go. Alright, Scimitar support tank. My team has finished work on the VH-2 Scimitar, a remotely piloted battlefield vehicle designed to provide close support to our strike teams. It is slower than the Hunter Scout car, but is a much more capable combatant. It is considerably tougher than its predecessor, and is armed with a powerful integrated pulse laser, which can be upgraded in the future if we develop better weapons. The chassis of the Scimitar is squat but sturdy, giving the vehicle a low profile and providing ample space for the vehicle's power plant. The ER4 Lineum Impulsion Reactor, a downscaled version of the Corsair ER3 reactor. The turret weapon draws power directly from the reactor, eliminating the need for any ammunition storage in areas in the turret. Instead, the space houses a complex array of cameras, sensors, semi-intelligent electronics inside the vehicle. Handle many tasks. Any of the simpler tasks are performed by the driver, allowing us to situate the vehicle pilot safely within a control facility back at base. I personally fitted the signal boosters to our dropships that allow the driver to control the vehicles if we are inside it, despite potentially being thousands of miles away. Unsurprisingly, our tests so far suggest I have done an excellent job setting everything up. Removal of the driver has two chief advantages. The first is that the removal of the crew compartment and the ventilation systems leaves space for additional armor. Naturally itself, but also constructed from alien materials. Given that vehicles are large targets on the battlefield, this added durability is extremely viable. Secondly, the fact that one of our units is a lump of inert metal albeit an expensive one rather than living and breathing human, may make battlefield decisions a little easier for you. I'm gonna be honest. I never considered the fact that there's an actual person inside the hunter. That has never once gone into my decision making. I'll stress above all else. Could not care less. I'm just over here like, do you have any idea how little that one fact means to me? Okay, so I should probably begin putting together a scimitar. Or maybe... Problem is, if I start investing in vehicles, that also means that we have less investment in aircraft. You know what? No. For the time being, we will focus on getting one more Corsair. Oh, the Corsair never made it back to base. Disengage, Foxtrot 1 can't handle that. Honestly, for what it's worth, it's not at least I'm not liking the current stuff that's currently going down here. All right. There we go. And the Foxtrot only had to use one rocket on it. Yeesh. Whew, jeez, that was close. Oh, God. And I also forgot about the part where the Corsair can't actually take out a cruiser by itself. Oh no, I intentionally made sure that happened. I intentionally put the Foxtrot in the range of the cruiser. Okay, so... based on what I'm seeing here... we're gonna have to start making some changes to standard doctrine. The main issue I have right now is that, a third Corsair for every, or a second Corsair for every squadron would be ideal. Because that would allow for the larger UFOs to go down. But then comes the problem. Because the issue is that we lack overall, an overall capacity to deal with them. If that makes any sense to say. Ugh. Yeah, for what it's worth, it'd probably be a better investment to start. Okay, we'll tail until overland. Okay. Fuck. No, that's... I just did something really stupid right there. I was mostly using the foxtrot as bait, but I wasn't thinking while I was doing it, and that ended up causing the thing to get destroyed. Fuck. Honestly, though, you really can't blame me for for making bold moves like that, though. Alright. 8 days to make another course, sir. But researching precision plasma. Put everything into that reactor. We need this knowledge done as soon as possible, I feel like. Main issue I think that we really have right now is the fact that our current... The current capacity to deal with much of anything is just too limited, I feel like. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I did skip a few days, didn't I? Doesn't really change much. I really should have just had it fire off both. I don't know why I just felt like this thing was able to take out... Do it with only one torpedo. Not like it changes much. well. I guess that really is all, honestly. Interesting combo there. 2 heavy fighters and a landing ship. Too much for that squad, unfortunately. Still got a crash set out of it, though. Alright, figured out the alien reactor. The alien reactor is the size of a small car, consisting of a horizontal cylinder mounted in the curved shell of alien alloys. Despite some visual similarities to the UFO power source, the reactor is a far more intricate creation and generates nearly 10 times more energy than its smaller cousin. It does this using the exact same millennium core as a power source without any extra method of power generation. The reactor is more efficient at harvesting the energy already being emitted. It seems that the power source represents the simplest method of utilizing lithium. Easy to construct, but not particularly space efficient. The alien reactor is used in situations where extra power is needed, but scaling the power source up by a factor of 10 would not be viable. The utility becomes obvious, and you'll remember that the drag increases exponentially with size, and observe that enemy capital ships are getting larger and faster. The reactor is able to capture all this additional energy by harnessing the power of gamma rays. The breakdown of chemical bonds in aluminium seems to release a burst of gamma radiation. In addition to the heat that fuels the current reactors, this gamma burst is incredibly energetic, but also extremely focused. An unfocused magnitude of the burst of this magnitude would be extremely dangerous and angled towards 6 narrow cylindrical tubes of a super dense alien alloy that radiate out from the core like the spikes of a bicycle wheel. Sorry, spokes. This material absorbs the gamma radiation and is rapidly heated by the bombardment of high-energy particles, generating an immense amount of extra useful energy in the form of heat. Overall, it is a simple but efficient design, and one I can see no major difficulty in replicating in our own technology. Yeah, we're gonna focus on plasma explosives. I know, kinda specific. However, I also know I need to get some things dealt with regardless. For what it's worth, plasma explosives may just be the thing that we need. Okay, we're going North America. Funding ain't good. Our relations aren't good with North America, but like... there's at least debates on whether or not these should improve regional relations. If I do consider building a new base, somewhere up here would probably be an ideal place. Though there are still concerns, despite that though. Try avoiding that one. Okay, Foxtrot just needs to dump all it's got onto this thing and we should be all set to go. Frick, that was stupid of me. Man, this thing really wants the Foxtrot, doesn't he? Frick. Well, the important thing is that it was able to at least get its rockets fired. This is difficult. This brat with our updated interceptors. Honestly, the interceptors are now underwhelming. They were good for like a minute. And now they're not enough. Alright then, relocate aircraft. Okay, so I think what I might consider doing here is... No. Putting a Condor against that, because, like, the Corsair kind of struggles against the landing ships. No. Not worth it. Okay, I'm gonna make... This is not ideal at all. Alright. I think I should make the big decision. The very big decision. It's a very simple move. Fire all of our engineers. Transfer all soldiers and equipment back over to Burgerland. And tear down the entire base. Fundamental issues with making this decision. It's not gonna be an easy one to make. And I have to make it by the end of the month. Because the issue is, this is about $400,000 I don't know if I can afford to keep. Because unfortunately, our monthly upkeep is over 2 mil. We only make about 1.7 mil. And we're looking towards losing about $200,000 in monthly income next month. That's pretty much about it. We might have to downsize, which... kind of difficult to say. Also, one thing that I'm pretty convinced is a reference to the original XCOM. Russia, despite everything, never quits. It's a fun fact about the original XCOM, by the way. Russia, no matter what you do, will never pull out. They will continue funding until the bitter end. I wonder if Hawaii is out there. For what it's worth, they can have Australia. And you know what? If they flatten Beijing, that's probably for the better anyways. The loss of Japan will be a very sad thing, though. Look, at some point, the alien leaders will come over to our base, hat in hand, being like, "Listen, can we trade? Can we trade South America for Australasia? We promise we'll mind control them to give you as much funding as possible. just please." They don't want to deal with this place anymore. Okay, they will have full control over Australia for like a month, and then they'll come crawling back afterwards. Little boy, you were a good base. Honestly, it's set overall pretty decent results across the board. Just wait, hold on. Is the Foxtrot? Is it grounded? Oh frick! It might be grounded. Okay, only 5 hours. Alright. Ba, 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 ba. Right now, Foxtrot. Bray is what we're looking for. Relocate. Relocate Foxtrot. Bray and Corsair 2 to Burgerland. After which, we're going to go through... We are going to transfer... We're going to transfer everything to Burgerland. Can't afford not to at this point. Transfer all soldiers to Burgerland. Fire all engineers. As much as this one kind of pains me, because honestly, this is like... This one kind of hurts, honestly. And now I get on to tearing everything down. And with that, little boy with a PH is no more. In other news, we now have a lot of stuff at Burgerland to play with. Get you on. Oh fuck, I'm gonna screw this up a bit. Ah, fuck. I'm really I really messed this up pretty bad, didn't I? Huh. One Corsair could take out all three of those guys, huh? That's a notable thing right there. I did okay. I ate today. I haven't eaten in a bit, but there's not really much food in the house, so it's a whatever thing. Well, it's stuff that I can't just have right now, so, you know. Hunger, though it is a lamentable thing to have to deal with, must set in. I do not work tomorrow, no. I will probably cook something tomorrow, though. Alright, get the foxtrot turned around. Hey, Corsair 2, disengage, we got him. There were losses, but the losses were acceptable. What time am I calling it? Good question. That is a very good question, Diablo. Ah, sorry, insanely hostile. It is 3 a.m., yes. The perfect time to be eating, some would say. I don't really know what to do about the 2 condors over in Europe. Decommissioning may honestly be the better option in reality. It's just hard to justify them. At least in their current state. This is also a potential problem right now. We keep losing interceptors stupidly. Ugh. And so the downfall begins. So, I do have a couple of ideas here. Honestly, the only two bases I shouldn't have to manage quite as much anyways. Oh look, Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. I probably should begin investing in better equipment for ground troops. Though, in all honesty, the main reason why I haven't really been doing anything with that is just, you gotta remember, dude, it can take up to a month to fully arm everyone. Could have sworn I had some laser rifles commissioned. Alright, so, gonna be honest. I don't think I have faith in my ability to deal with this. I also gotta note, this is happening at, like, the very end of the month in North America. So, yeah, worst case scenario has just happened. Okay, 4 units of jackal armor. Oh wait, no, actually. So is armor one of those things that you just never have to make more of? Okay, assault. I don't care about your noodle arms. You're an assault trooper. So I'm gonna get the team equipped first and foremost. And then I'm gonna go to bed. Cause, yeah. Okay, it's assault, shield, sniper. So you also need a heavy. That might work. Actually, we also need a grenadier. Because we lost our last grenadier in a horrible accident. It wasn't an accident, though. He had it coming. Honestly, the problem I have is that the Elenium grenade just isn't strong enough. Oh. Oh. First things first, name's Shota. Second thing second, I feel insulted. I don't know what he's doing, but I feel insulted. Bye. He's just like, no, Commander. I'm not. Everything that you said Made perfect sense. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. He dies first. Anyway, so, Shota Yasuda. 10 out of 10. I really hope he becomes a major, honestly. And he talks like George Takei. 100%, you know, this man is going to be hit with a sexual assault charge. Frick, his stats are kinda, eh? I'll make him an assault trope. You know, this dude has no business being here anyways. Actually, you know what? I think I can make him our heavy. Boom. He is now our heavy. God, I hope this guy survives long. I stay healthy. I don't know if the doctor would say if they actually did take a look. They might not be happy with how I am though. Again, we're gonna have to remember this name. Shota Yasuda. This guy is gonna be a legend one day, you know? Okay, so pulse laser, I guess we'll see how that goes. I know this is probably not the best time to be doing anything. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, so he's open. Okay, the good news is we will actually develop plasma explosives. I'll read it next time I play the game. Which will not be on stream by you. Wait, Right, you know, the development plasma explosives also allows us to improve the design of our air munitions, creating a new generation of weapons that replace existing Millennium warheads with more advanced technology. Our current Millennium warheads are certainly powerful explosives, but unfortunately they must rely on this explosive energy for our armor penetration. Hardly ideal against the armor designed specifically to resist the heat from orbital re-entry. It proved more effective to use a portion of the energy in Millennium to power a small plasma generator that forms a superheated globe of energy on the front of the warhead as it detonates. This acts like a plasma drill and melts a path through the armor and the thrust from the rocket engines, providing the momentum needed for penetration. The remaining energy in the warhead is then used to generate an explosion in the same manner as in a conventional Millennium warhead. The energy drained by the previous stage means this explosion is smaller than before, but the greater penetration of the warhead means it will actually inflict 40 to 50% more damage. In all other respects, the warheads are identical to the previous generation. We can fit them in our existing rocket motors and produce new missiles in large numbers at negligible cost, are taking the liberty of equipping our aircraft accordingly. Wait, so is this also a place that... Oh. Oh. I'm gonna be honest. I'm liking the plasma stuff. The plasma gear looks nice. Okay, before we call it, I need to see if this will actually I just want to see, because I'm actually very curious. Does it replace stuff that's already on the ship? Oh god. I'm gonna have to restart. God. It did. We got an upgrade mid-flight. I just want to note that. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I like the look of the plasma weapons. The plasma explosives. Anyways. I saved, don't worry. Don't worry. Anyways, I'm gonna call it. Let's take a look at our right options. I'll give it a Slump Neko. Just gonna play in Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. At any rate, I will catch you guys later. No more streams this week. I apologize. I have completely burned myself out. Over on YouTube, I'll give it to PO channel. Anyways, again, I'm sorry I haven't really been... Yeah, I've been overdoing it. I need to work on it. I'll be back on Monday. Don't worry, the Discord streams will still happen. Okay? Maybe one of these days we'll start doing those streams on YouTube as well. They may get members only. I'll try to start taking care of myself. I admit I'm kind of bad about eating sometimes. At any rate, I'll see you guys Monday if nothing else. Thank you all very much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. So, good night.